All right. Good morning, everybody. Madam Clerk, time is now 11 a.m. I call this meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into executive session to discuss.
Hold up a second. He's back. He's back. He's back. Okay. All right. We have a quorum.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel, pending and threatened litigation, real estate, and cyber matters.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. I heard second by Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Ms. Linda. That motion. With Mr. George Johnson and Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, time is now 1 p.m. I'll call this session back to order from executive session. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. There's a motion by Commissioner Smith Rice from the third, second by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Ms. Linda. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Yes, sir, there's three. The first, we request a motion to approve the settlement of all claims of the estate of J.B. Fager against Augusta, Georgia et al., case number 2025 RCCV 00191, arising out of an automobile accident occurring on March 23, 2023, and the settlement in the amount of $200,000.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly. Seeing no further discussions, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Ms. Johnson. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would request a motion to approve the settlement of all claims of Donna S. Fager against Augusta, Georgia et al., case number 2025 RCCV 00192, arising out of an automobile accident occurring March 26, 2023, in the amount of $500,000.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th, seconded by Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly from the 4th. Madam Clerk, seeing no discussions in the queue, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request a motion to authorize the mayor and the administrator to continue and renew security system coverage and pay the proposed fee.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Garrett. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, does that conclude our motions?
It does.
Is there an additional item that we have in as part of the special call?
Number 2.
Item number 2?
Right. Item number 2 is approve a contract with CKH Consulting LLC for staff augmentation services for the Finance Department, contingent upon legal review and subject to any minor revisions deemed necessary by council.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who's going to address this item? All right, Deputy
Jackson.
Jackson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as Ms. Bonner stated, this is a approval for a contractual obligation agreement with CKH Consultant LLC for staff augmentation services for the Finance Department, contingent upon legal review. As you can imagine, this is to fill the void of Mr. Tim Schreier, who resigned. And the scope of services includes executive financial oversight and authority, audit, coordination, budget execution, reporting, and advisory to the administrator and the Augusta Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Administrator Jackson. There's a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Commissioner Jordan Johnson, you're in the queue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jackson, can you update us on the cost, please?
Yes, sir, I do apologize. There's a monthly fixed fee of $32,500.
And how many months?
It is contingent upon the filling of the vacant position, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to vote. Again, that motion was made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The chair recognizes for a personal point of privilege the commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I would just like to bring attention to 2 Charter Review Committee meetings that we're having this week. The one tonight at 6 o'clock at the Robert Howard Community Center. That's Diamond Lakes. And on Thursday, the 26th, a Charter Review Committee public hearing will be at Julian Smith Casino at 6 o'clock. And then we will have a Citizen Charter Review Town Hall on Monday, March 2nd at 6 o'clock at Diamond Lake Robert Howard Recreation Center. Thank you, sir. And I'll just like to ask all, remember that this is the time that you can bring your input to what they are talking about. So please come out and be informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott, for informing the public of those Charter Review Committee meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to join me in a moment of silence as we lost a great Augustan, a great member of our media. His name was Scott Hudson, and he was a local reporter for just about everything government around Augusta, and he had been doing it well for a lot of years. He succumbed to his battle with cancer, and we honor Scott and his legacy and thank him for his reporting, not only for this government, but for our city, and that, you know, they keep us informed as to what we're doing. So if you won't mind, please join me in a moment of silence for Mr. Scott Hudson. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I think that concludes our special call and also our executive session. The time is now 1:07 p.m., and I turn this portion of the meeting over to our Public Services Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to Public Services. If my colleagues do not object, I would, Ms. Bonner, like to consent items number 1, 2, 3, and 10. And I'd like to pull item number 4 and move it to the March 23rd. Mr. Ladson is out today sick and will not be able to be here to do any, he wanted to do a presentation. So can we please move that to not next, following 2 committees, March 23rd.
And Madam Chair, item number 1 at the request of the Augusta Regional Airport is asking to be deleted from today's agenda.
Okay.
So can we add that to the consent for deletion?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Number 1.
Number 1.
Okay, so that will be deleted, and then that will be 2 and 3 and 10 consented,
Yes, ma'am.
with item number 4 pulled and moved to March 23rd if my colleagues in Public Services do not object. And let's see, can I get a motion? Thank you. Got a motion and a second?
That was Ms. Slindeck and Ms. Scott.
Correct.
It's unanimous.
Okay. All right, we'll go from item number 5.
Okay. Ms. Cecilia is going to start.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I bring forth to you the first alcohol application 26-12. It's an existing location, new ownership. Chakravarthi Thoda is the applicant for Arca Foods LLC requesting retail packaged beer and wine located at 1812 Lumpkin Road, Augusta, Georgia 30906. This is in District 2, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approvals. Do we have any objectors? I did. And I did not see the applicant. Is the applicant in the Chambers? So do we request this to move to the next?
Committee.
Okay.
Next committee, since they're not here.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
All right, the next one is alcohol number 26-13. It's an existing location, new ownership. Marilyn Hollins is the applicant for Patio Bar and Grill, requesting consumption on premise liquor, beer, wine, and Sunday sales located at 2417 Milledgeville Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30904. This is District 2, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? We have Ms. Hollins in the chambers.
Marilyn Hollins, 1261 Dugas Street.
Okay. Second. Got a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am. It's unanimous.
Thank you. The next one is a massage application number 26-01. It's request for Janaya Way for massage operator's license to be used in connection with Georgia Comfort Therapeutic Massage, located at 1944 Walton Way, Suite B, Augusta, Georgia, 30904, District 1 and Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? None noted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of Commission Board. My name is Jian Hua Wei. My address is 301 Legacy Lane, Peachtree City, Georgia, 0269.
Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, voting.
It's unanimous.
Right. The next one is massage number 26-02. It's a request for Sabrina Carter from Massage Operator License to be used in connection with Blue Lotus Beauty Health and Wellness, LLC, located at 2516 Wrightsboro Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30904. This is in District 2, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? Noted.
Sabrina Carter, 3505 Garden Brook Drive.
Second.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. And lastly, we have massage number 26-03. It's a request for Carrie Fuller for massage operator's license to be used in connection with Bluebird Body Work, located at 270 Bobby Jones Expressway, Suite 158, Unit 20, Augusta, Georgia, 30907. This is in District 7, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? None noted.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Carrie Fuller, and that is 222 Sassafras Lane.
Got a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bonner, that concludes public services for the day. I think I might make the record today for the shortest.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I need your, oh, you're in your mic.
I'm here.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Public service announcement. Would you please turn your mics on when you're making a motion? They can't hear you. Hit dog.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call Finance Committee to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we can start with item number 1.
Item number 1 is a request to approve Augusta commercial property insurance coverage for 2026 offered through affiliate FM Current Courier for a premium of $1,057,191 for the full blanket coverage and limited flood coverage in flood-prone areas.
Okay. Who will be presenting on this matter?
Madam Chair, I think I saw Phil Harrison, who was the broker involved, and there's Ms. Stevens. I think it's her item.
Good afternoon. The broker, our broker is here to address any questions that you have.
Okay.
I'm Maddie C. Stevens from the Administrator's Office, but Judy Blackstone, our interim risk manager, and as Mr. Plunkett just said, our broker from Marsh McClellan is here to talk about both of these items.
Okay. Okay.
Hi there.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Awesome. If you could give us a briefing on this, please.
On the property insurance,
Yes, ma'am.
Phil? But basically, we are just renewing with our current carrier, affiliated FM, for blanket coverage on our buildings and property, and also contents. And this is the same company that we've had for
about 10 years.
Yeah, about 10 years, and they're one of the best in the business.
Okay.
And during the hurricane coverage, we have had a really good response and help with them during the hurricane and recovering for that. So we would like to renew with them.
Okay. And have the premiums increased, or is this?
It did
is
increase slightly this year.
Okay. Could you give us that amount, please?
I didn't have the amount from last year, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Phil Harrison. So this year's premium increased exactly $2,767. The reason for the increase was we did increase property values this year by $2,570,591. So the exposure did increase from last year. They're also considering increasing another $13 million worth of building coverage for the canal and headgates building. At this point, affiliated FM has asked for additional underwriting information to consider before they might approve this request for coverage. So that's kind of in a neutral mode at this time.
Oh, it was. It was.
As Judy says, currently total paid premiums for the Hurricane Helene was $1,250,000. And I was actually anticipating a rate increase for the property premium this year due to the Hurricane Helene, but we were able to negotiate a flat net zero rate increase. So I thought that was a very big win for the city.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have Commissioner Guilfoyle, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Harrison, underneath your the supporting documents under alternatives, drop coverage and retain risk, reduce premiums by only insuring those properties representing the largest losses should a event damage the structures, municipal building, law enforcement center, judicial, RCCI, and et cetera. Up underneath that, it showed recommendations, which it's got piqued my curiosity on this one. Approve commercial property insurance coverage renewal for 2026 through the affiliated FM for a premium of $1,057,191, which includes flood coverage and boiler maintenance coverage. So with our building here in the municipal building as well as RCCI, it covers the maintenance, anything over $100,000. Please enlighten me.
For boiler installation of boiler machinery, is that your question?
It shows flood coverage and boiler and maintenance coverage.
Right. So your standard property coverage includes insured perils for buildings, right? For fire, lightning, theft.
Right.
It also has an endorsement for equipment breakdown and boiler machinery coverage for any boilers that might exist in buildings.
Deputy Administrator, Ms. Stevens, I believe we had some work done to the boiler in this building here last year. We have an issue going on with RCCI with the boiler. It's outdated, antiquated, and it's becoming an issue. So this insurance will cover that, anything over $100,000.
It would depend on if it's a covered peril.
How would we know, and how would that be determined?
Fire, lightning, wind, explosion.
Okay.
So if we got to figure out what the cause of the issue is.
Okay.
Oh, routine maintenance? No.
Okay, that's where I was
Okay,
getting
I'm
at
sorry, I didn't
because
understand the question.
because
Okay.
it showed and maintenance coverage.
Okay.
That was the reason why I was questioning that one part.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. I don't see any other questions in the queue.
Motion to approve?
Okay. Second. And we're voting.
Madam Chair, did you defer to Mr. Guilfoyle on the second, or were you seconding that?
I seconded. I accidentally hit my mic off.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Wimberly? All right. Stay that way. It's unanimous. Item number 2 is a motion to approve the renewal of the Augusta insurance with premium quote from 2026-27 POL EPL coverage with Marsh McLennan Agency, current broker through insurance carriers RSUI, for a premium of $68,070.
Okay. And can you please provide us with the same type of update as we just received for the last insurance update?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So the public officials liability coverage is a limit of $2 million. The deductible is $250,000. This year, the premium is actually down around, let's see, $2,000 from last year's premium for the same coverage. So primarily, this coverage protects claims arising from any negligent acts, errors, or omissions of the decisions of the board here. And it also has an endorsements for employment practices liability coverage. So it's really kind of two policies in one. And the limit is $2 million, deductible $250,000.
Do I have any questions from my colleagues? Okay. I have Commissioner Clark on the 5th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question. Just for my curiosity, I'm one of the newer elected commissioners. Can you kind of give me a use case of how this will be applicable for elected officials?
Absolutely. It's really any decision made on behalf by the Commission Council, any decision, whether to raise taxes or not to raise taxes. It can be employment practices claims within the city, harassment type claims, failure to promote within, those types of HR claims, which are very common.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Okay. I don't see any other questions in the queue.
Motion to approve.
Can I get all right, I got a motion to approve Commissioner Johnson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. We're voting.
Unanimous.
Okay. All right, that concludes our finance portion of today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and bring Engineering Services Committee to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, sir. We have one deletion. Item number 9, which will be deleted from Engineering Services and added to the Administrative Services Committee.
Understood. I'm tracking that one. Any additional?
No, sir. That's
All right.
it.
Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, we're going to do companion items for item number 1 and number 10.
Item number 1 and 10. Okay.
We're also going to submit for consent items number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 3, 4, 5, 3 through 8 will submit for consent, pending any questions or concerns from the committee. Any questions or concerns about that?
Just for continuity, can we just add 9 as a deletion to your consent agenda, sir?
Yes, ma'am. So 9 will be deleted. Well,
Added to the committee agenda for deletion, but it's going to be added to Administrative Services
yes,
Committee
ma'am.
for
Yes, ma'am.
process. Number 11?
And number
Yeah.
11 as well for consent. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. All right, so number 1 and number 10 will be companion items. 3 through 8 will be consent, with 11 as a consent as well. Any objections from the committee? All right, can I get a motion?
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
I'm alert for engineer.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go ahead with the first one, please.
Item number 2, motion to determine that portion of Montgomery Street as shown on the plat track D consisting of approximately .07 acres has ceased to be used by the public to the extent that no substantial public service is served by it and that it's removed from the county system is otherwise in the best interest. Public hearing shall be held regarding the issue of abandonment pursuant to OCGA 3272 with the abandoned property to be quitclaimed to the appropriate parties.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to turn this one over to Attorney Plunkett for some additional clarity and specific scoping on this one.
Mr. Chairman, John Manton with my firm is more familiar with this, and he's going to present, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Madden?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'll try and assist as best I can. Ms. Pitts in the law department was actually the one handling this, and she's on vacation this week. But this is a request from, what is the LLC? 401
Millage.
401 Millage LLC. They own the tract, I guess, which is around this little strip of land. It's about 250 acres of I mean, maybe some overgrowth there, and that's about all it is. They own property on both sides of it, and they're asking for that little strip of former road to be abandoned to them.
All right. I got a question, Mr. Madden. For the sake of kind of clarity on this one, because we got a few calls on this one, do we have a visual that we could put up to show this particular strip that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Matt Mills. My address is 3009 Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Matt, for being here. We're getting the visual up so that the public can see what's in question. Okay. That's what it's looking like. Do we have a map version of this? Yeah, so that we can see.
Second page. So
Okay.
the first pictures you saw were pictures I took this morning of what the road
Of what
bed
it looks like
now. It's
currently.
overgrown.
There we go.
And this depicts the section of Montgomery Street to be abandoned.
All right.
I too got a call this morning. I think there was some
I'm sure.
confusion amongst the residents in the area.
Yes, sir.
Historically, residents in the area have called this the alley.
Right.
And in reality, when they saw on the agenda that Montgomery Street was labeled, they were scared that we were asking for Montgomery Street to be closed down. If this is just a portion that has not been used, that 401 Millage owns the north and the 4 parcels to the south.
Yeah, that's why I wanted this to be put up for clarity, so that we can have clear understanding about what's in scope. So go ahead and say what the request and claim is for this, please.
What was the motion on? The motion should be on the agenda.
It is. So you want to reread again?
Yeah, I think you asked for what they're asking.
Well, I was asking if it was anything additional that he wanted to go with this towards the ask.
No, we actually broke this apart from the Johns Road abandonment that we had requested previously, just to keep the two issues totally separate.
All right.
I don't believe there's any public opposition. We're actually going to meet again on Thursday with them to talk about Johns Road with the Sand Hills community.
Sure.
But as far as this goes, I've met with various members of the community on site, talked about what's happening here, and that road's been abandoned for 30 or 40 years, and I don't think anybody's has any issues. And staff had recommended approval to abandon it, and 401 Millage LLC would purchase that outright from the county for fair market value.
All right.
Motion approved as stated.
All right, we got a motion to approve, but we have some colleagues in the queue as well for some questions. We'll hear a second to approve.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, but we got a number of folks in the queue, so give us a second so that they can go through. We'll start with District 1, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, it's good to see you. Question, you said you spoke to the neighborhood about this abandonment. When was the last time you spoke to him about this specific issue?
It is, well, we have made a number of revisions to our request and the plans to how we were going to fix Fitton Street if we were successful in closing Johns Road. And so we've come back with a cul-de-sac concept, which is what the community, when I met them on site, I think that was in December. And we came back with a new drawing that we're going to present to them on Thursday in regard to that. While I was there in December walking the site with local residents, I pointed out to them the street that we were planning to close, and I didn't hear any.
Is this portion of the plan ready to be approved? And you know, you and I've had a number of conversations about this, and you know how sensitive the neighborhood is about this entire plan together. Is this portion ready to be approved before the meeting that you all have on Thursday?
Yes, these two, this is, for all intents and purposes, already been abandoned,
But you said that you're taking it away from the larger plan. You separated this from the larger plan?
Correct.
And it doesn't have any one doesn't have any implications on the other?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. And you'll be prepared to somewhat report back to us about how the neighborhood feels about this on Thursday? Well, whenever you come back before the commission?
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We're going to move to Commissioner Scott, and then after Commissioner Scott, I'm going to go to Interim General Counsel Plunkett for some additional comments. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just, I also got some calls this morning, and I just wanted to make sure that this is actually the alley that we're talking about, just the alley. And you are meeting this Thursday with the community?
I was informed this morning that they put me on the agenda for 5 p.m. on Thursday, and I agreed to go. So I knew about it as of this morning, but yes, this Thursday.
Okay. So if they have some issues, then we have to come back to this body or come back to the committee?
Well, I believe the meeting on Thursday is to discuss the Johns Road abandonment. This is the Montgomery Street or alley abandonment. I don't know of any opposition that we've faced in the community for the abandonment of the alley because we own both sides of the road, and it's, as you can see from the pictures, it's grassed over, it's half grown over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Chairman, and actually to Ms. Scott as well. So this is an action to approve advertising and conducting a public hearing. Ms. Pitts, who was referenced by Mr. Mann, handles these road abandonments, she would conduct the public hearing. Then once that occurs, we come back to this body, and that is when you would vote to abandon or not to abandon. She would be available to report to you any comments that were made, not in this Thursday meeting, but a public hearing that's held typically in this chamber. After that part, just for a little bit more, the property is actually appraised and the property is surveyed. And so you will know the amount of money that would be received by the government for the sale of that and the actual dimensions before anything happens. But this is just step one.
Step one in the
And
process.
if you don't like what happens after step one, we don't go any further.
Right. And step one, of course, corresponds with community involvement
Public
and
notice
engagement
and,
so on.
and things of that nature.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that clarity. With that being said, Commissioner Scott is still in the queue. Ma'am, you have a question?
Do we know when the public hearing is going to be?
No, ma'am, because we haven't had the authority today to even advertise for it. But what we would typically do is, because there's some interest in this, we would notify the commission as to the date, and then we can try to get a notice to the Sand Hills community as well, so that it's not just I think it's a legal ad, but we can let them know otherwise as well.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. So with this being said, the process starts once we make the approval, goes through commission and otherwise to get this in full motion. Attorney Plunkett, last question for clarity. Attorney Madden, you may be able to answer it as well. So a part of this process is also verifying and validating what the city currently does or does not do, any type of servicing of utility lines or anything like that that may be dependent in the surrounding area as well, correct?
So yes, it goes through a number of departments. I think it's planning, engineering, utilities, and possibly another committee or department. And then frequently what we see is that that there's a reservation over any lines that may be existing there.
Right.
So because of the age of our infrastructure, sometimes there's not a map of sewer lines or water lines, so they kind of just do a reservation that if it's, we have a 20-foot easement over any utilities that may be located. And then what we also said is that, and we will cooperate with removing those lines if needed, but we'll always have an easement over service lines that are there. Okay. So all the departments would have gone through this before it even gets to, before this hearing is held.
All right, thank you. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that everyone kind of understood the pathway forward and that we're open and transparent with this process. All right, got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, let's vote. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
All right, next item.
Are we going to the companion?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Companion items. Number one is Mr. Robert Schiffler regarding Birdwell Road Bridge over Spirit Creek, which was washed out 12 years ago. Item number 10, Mr. Reginald Coney regarding broken bridge on Birdwell Road, which limits access to their church.
All right. Mr. Sheffer, are you here? Attorney Plunkett, is that acceptable that we have somebody speaking for Mr. Sheffer since he's on the agenda?
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. Mr. Coney, is he available? All right. If you gentlemen can come up, please state your names and your addresses, please, for the record.
Thank you, Council, for hearing us today and committee. My name is Mark Sheffer, live at 2804 Willow Beach Road, Gunnersville, Alabama.
Thank you. And we can let Mr. Coney do the same.
Yes, my name is Reginald Coney. My current address is 957 Niagara Falls, Grovetown, Georgia.
All right. All right. We'll have Mr. Sheffer's representative speak first, and then we'll go to Mr. Coney second.
Sure, and just for clarity, Robert Sheffer is my brother, and I'm co-owner of the property that I'm going to be referencing here with my sister as well.
All right.
What I'd like to do is to start and if you'll indulge me, give a little history of our problem. In 1972, my father, Powell P. Sheffer, Jr., part owner of the parcel 150-0-007-00-0, was approached by Richmond County about continuing Birdwell Road across Spirit Creek with a bridge and onto his property, that parcel I mentioned, continuing northeasterly along the property line. This required my father and his partner, Yates Villapeg at the time, to convey a 50-foot wide strip of land from the center point of Spirit Creek through the center of our property, or his property at the time, continuing northeasterly to the property line, and giving this to the county. This conveyance of approximately 7 acres was approved by the Richmond County Board of Commissioners on March 21st, 1972. The construction of the bridge and road by Richmond County was initiated and completed shortly thereafter. The bridge over Spirit Creek and Birdwell Road extension were maintained by Richmond County as a public road for the subsequent years up to the summer of 2013. In 2013, a rainstorm resulted in flooding, and it led to the washing out of the bridge over Spirit Creek, effectively dividing Birdwell Road into 2 independent stretches which could not be traversed. Powell P. Sheffer, Jr., my father, passed away in 2003, and my brother and myself and my sister, Kim Sanders, and Robert, my brother, we inherited the property, the part ownership of the property with Yates Villapeg. And we, along with Yates Villapeg, inquired many times with the city and council commissioners and other officials regarding the replacement of the bridge. We have a lot of documented records of this correspondence. In January 2015, we came into possession of a memorandum from Abby L. Ladson, PE, Director of Engineering. The Augusta Engineering Department to Ms. Janice Allen Jackson, Administrator, delineating the options to resolve the issue, along with a recommendation of the best solution from the engineering department. And there's actually a memorandum that was made available to us. I have copies if you needed to project it or something, but Robert has that if we needed it. Just let me know. Still, at that point, there was no clarity on the plan or timing of this resolution. After these numerous attempts to get the clarity from the city and county regarding plans and timing of getting the bridge replaced and Birdwell Road opened back up and fully traversable, after 1.5 years, we decided to file a legal action, specifically a petition for the writ of mandamus in Superior Court of Richmond County, in an effort to get the city council to fulfill its legal obligations to maintain roads and bridges within its jurisdiction as required by Georgia law. This legal action was settled and memorialized in a memorandum of understanding and approved by the city council, or city and county, and subsequently executed on May 29, 2015. As directed in this memorandum of understanding, the City Council indeed implemented the temporary portion of the solution by providing us access to Willis Foreman Road, which is in that letter, in that recommendation from the engineering department was option 5, but has yet to, even to today, to implement the long-term portion, option 1, which they recommended as a secondary, that the engineering department again indicated should follow as a long-term solution. And as was also clearly indicated in recital G of the memorandum of understanding settling the court case. And it states very clearly, beyond these temporary actions, other actions must be taken. I'm going to quote that portion, if I can, from recital G. It says in that settlement, whereas all parties hereto desire to settle all matters set forth and asserted in civil action file number 2015 RCCV 173, but understand that additional actions must be accomplished for a final settlement, unquote, close quotes. Now, at this time, almost 11 years later, these additional actions which we submit involves rebuilding the bridge has still not been accomplished to provide the final settlement required in the memorandum of understanding. From 2015 to 2025, we've had a dialogue and correspondence with many city council officials trying to get resolution to the problem, but to no avail, and we have documentation of this correspondence and dialogue. The most recent correspondence was a telephone call with Brandon Garrett that Robert and myself made, Commissioner, on 7/22/2025. After sharing our concerns and asking him to get involved to find a solution, he said he would call us back. Also, we reached out to Wayne Guilfoyle, Super Commissioner, first by telephone, leaving a message related to our problem and asking for a return call, first on 7/22/2025, then later on 7/23/2025, to try and make contact. But we actually went by his place of business as well on those 2 dates to try to make contact, but no one was there, and no one ever returned our calls. Also on July 22nd, 2025, we called the office of Mayor Garrett Johnson. He was not in, but we left a message with his administrative assistant explaining our problem and asking for a return call. She said she would give him the message and have him return the call. On or by 7/24/2025, we'd received no return calls from either the 2 commissioners or the mayor. Then on 8/4/2025, my brother, Robert, ran into Wayne Guilfoyle in a parking lot and gave him a copy of the documents related to our problem and asked him to give us a call to discuss, since we had not heard back from the calls that we left in the voicemails on 2022 and 7/22 and 7/23 of 2025. Still, no call was ever received. We were, however, able to reach Brandon Garrett on 8/4/2025 via telephone. And Brandon apologized for not returning the call early, as he said he would, and went on to say that he would like to get Jim Plunkett, interim counsel, in the city council on the telephone to discuss. So Brandon added Jim to the call by 3-way. We explained the issue to him. He asked that we send the documents related to the problem, which we did via email. And he said he wanted to review them and would try to help resolve the issue. Not hearing back, on 9/4/2025, I sent an email to Jim Plunkett prompting him for a response since a month had passed. He responded by email and apologized for the delay, but said he was still researching the documentation and hoped to see someone named Dr. Malik on 9/9/2025 to understand the intent of the agreement reached in 2015. Having not heard back from Jim Plunkett, I sent another email prompting a response, but never got one. Now, as a last resort, we are appearing before you today to ask you to take action and recommend the city and the county commission and the mayor to comply with their statutory responsibility as outlined in OCGA 32-4-441 and to repair and maintain the bridge over Spirit Creek and Birdwell Road without delay. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for unpackaging that for us, sir. I'm going to give Mr. Coney the opportunity to share what he has, And then I have some folks in the queue with, of course, the attorney.
Mr. Chair, let me reply first.
Before Mr. Coney?
Yes, sir, please.
Because these are companion items.
They are companion items, but I have never spoken with Mr. Coney. But as far as Mr. Sheffer and his brother, I probably have.
All right, so we'll go ahead and bring the gentleman back up. Mr. Coney, we'll bring you up next after this. Thank you.
Mr. Sheffer, back in 2013, when we had the big flood, that's when we implemented the stormwater. The biggest issue that we had in Hetzibah that affected hundreds of people was Patterson Bridge Road, when that bridge washed out. When I was talking with your brother about Birdwell Road being washed out as well, I reached out to A.B. Lanson, the engineering. Naturally, funding is an issue. The priority is making sure that the citizens that lives, there's, as far as one side of that bridge to the other, it could be gotten from both sides. So that's where A.B. Lanson had came into play, is finding a path forward through Willis Foreman Road. So that resolved that issue. But I think the main reason why that bridge wanted to be built by your family was to sell the property, because that was the time when Nathan Deal had put in Cyber Command. And that's when Fort Gordon was actually receiving a lot of people, employees in the cyber community. Sir?
When we conveyed the land in 72.
This is in 2013.
Is that going on in 72, the Cyber Command?
No, sir, 2013.
I'm confused.
When it was confused is when I started getting the phone calls when Birdwell Road got washed out.
That was 2013, yeah.
Yes, sir. And the intent on that property was to sell it. Was that correct?
It was an investment property bought with my father back in the late 50s.
Okay, so there is some truth about it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you're looking at your engineering, you're saying, why can't we get this fixed? They have to look at priorities first. And Birdwell Road, with that not being a neighborhood, wasn't stopping people from accessing their houses, was put on the back burner. But the resolution from what A.B. Lanson, the engineer at the time, is found a path through Willis Foreman Road, which we acquired property. Since you had been reaching out to me since I got back in office, I could not bring any value to your conversation whatsoever.
That's when you return the call.
Probably so.
Okay.
But as far as I believe your family had went to court. Is that correct?
We brought the petition for writ of mandamus.
Okay.
To have the county fulfill their statutory responsibility.
All right, Attorney Pluckett, where are we at with that? What was our responsibility with that?
So basically, and I believe my memory is not always the greatest. I believe I spoke to one of the Schaefers. One of the issues that has been out here is that whether or not the recommendation of A.B. Ladson was approved. I did a search and I explained to one of the Mr. Schaefers that I was trying to find minutes accordingly. The only minutes I could locate was an approval of option 5, not approval of option 1, even though that was the recommendation. There was a lawsuit that was filed, as has been mentioned, and in that, Mr. Schaefer is correctly referring to some of the recitals, but the agreement that which is contained in that document references only item 5. And it requires that we would require the necessary right-of-ways, which was done. And then there was, let me get the right document in front of me. I have too many papers here. And then the secondary part was once we had acquired it and we would not pave the road, but we'd have a dirt road is all that we're required to do. Once that was done, the agreement had been fulfilled. And again, the memorandum does have a recommendation, but the lawsuit only references option 5. The 2 items under option 5 were in fact met. Right. And then this case was dismissed with prejudice after that. So I understand the idea that it was a recommendation to put a bridge, but I have been unable to locate minutes of this body where they approved replacing the bridge. And this lawsuit itself was silent, in my opinion, at least my reading of it, that it's silent as to replacing a bridge. You obviously have the ability to do that if that's what you wish, but I don't think you're legally obligated to do it at this time.
Okay.
Let me just ask a question. I got to understand this better. So the OCG reference I made to the 32-4-41, does it or does it not require cities and cities and counties to maintain roads and bridges? It does it not? Well, this bridge is not being maintained. It has still not been replaced, regardless of whether or not we, with prejudice, but I would go back to tell you also, if you read recital G of that, remember, it says I'll quote it again. It says here that whereas all parties hereto desire to settle this matter set forth, asserted in this civil action 2015 RCCV-173, but understand that additional actions must be taken to accomplish a final settlement. This, in our minds, was, and the reason we agreed to this, we anticipated a temporary solution, option 5, to complete the road out to Birdwell Road, to be followed by the long-term solution, which appears on the letter that I can put up the letter if you'd like. Matt, would you read me a copy of that letter? Robert, I'm sorry. And we can take a look at that and see what the engineering department recommended at the time. I've got copies I can give it for. Is there a projector here?
Yeah, give us a second. Ms. Santasha will come and do that. While we're waiting for that piece, Attorney Plunkett, so the fact that the committee doesn't have anything necessarily to reference right now from any type of documentation to look at, it sounds like you all are referencing similar documents with this. What would be the best pathway forward? Should this be something that we set up time for you and the Sheffers to engage and give recommendations to the committee of how to move forward with this?
Mr. Chair, I guess that would certainly be a solution or a path forward. This is, while it's on a committee, is a bit more like a delegation.
Right.
You know, if I may respond to his question about a particular code section in OCGA.
Yes, sir.
To be quite honest with you, I don't know the code off the top of my head, so I couldn't do that. And
sure. I
don't want to be disrespectful, but my role is to provide this body legal advice, not presenters, you know, and so I will not respond to his question about that. I think the question really comes into is what the interpretation of recitals means versus what an agreement means. And I'd be more than happy, as I said, I believe I spoke with one of the Mr. Schaefer's at least one time on the phone and talked about I could not find approval of option 1 being approved. As you can see, there's no doubt there's a recommendation at the bottom to do 1 and 5, but all I have ever been able to find is number 5 being approved, and number 5 is what, again, the recitals, but arguably the agreement is to fulfill the obligations of 5, which is acquire the right-of-way and make a road. And the fact that the road may end at a creek, as long as we're not essentially landlocking someone, I'm not sure that you have not fulfilled your obligations. There are dead-end roads in many places.
Yes, sir.
And essentially it's a dead-end road from 2 directions. But I'd be more than happy to speak with Mr. Schaefer. If I did not respond to an email or a telephone call, it was either by oversight or, more importantly, maybe that this was heading in a direction that was more litigious in nature. Yeah. But I'll be more than happy to provide my card to him today, and we can set up a time if that's the will of this body.
All right. Yeah, I think because at this point, the committee is at a bit of a disadvantage because we don't have anything to reference outside of what was listed in the agenda item. Mr. Schaefer, it's Sheffer, correct? Right. Sheffer. Real quick, and then I'm going to go to the queue from Commissioner Garrett and Mr. Coney.
McGilful still has the floor.
Okay, give me 1 second. Mr. Coney, we're definitely going to come to you after this, okay? So I apologize for the delayed aspect in this. I'll let Commissioner Guilfoyle go, but I do have a question for you after this, Mr. Sheffer, okay? Go ahead, Commissioner Guilfoyle, and finish your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see if we could get Dr. Malik up here to see if he could add any value to this conversation. One is he was the assistant director at the time of 2013 when this has taken place.
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting on the side ready to.
Yep, I have him on standby.
Okay.
So let me get Commissioner Garrett in, and then Director Malik. Dr. Malik is our Director of Engineering. So I wanted to make sure we pronounce his name correctly. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sheffer, it's good to see you in person. I'm not sure anybody has ever kept better track of any conversation I've had with them, including my wife, than you. Had I known that, I would have probably given you some better things to say about me than what you just said. But anyway.
Well, this has been going on for 15 years, so we're pretty
well, our conversation has been going on for 8 months, but anyway. Mr. Attorney, in regards to the discussion around, and I'm trying to understand what you were talking about with the differences in the wording. Can you give us just a legal explanation of what you were asking this body to consider in regards to what the agreement is versus the...
So frequently in a document, you'll see what we're oftentimes shorthandly referred to as whereas paragraphs. Mm-hmm. And so a whereas paragraph sets forth the fundamental framework of what is happening. So in this particular settlement agreement, there was recitals instead of whereas paragraphs. And so they set forth kind of a historical context of what is happening. And then there's a second section that basically says, we agree. Okay, so you say, here's the framework, and then the next section says agreement. So these are the things that we agree to. And it has in there, and I'll be happy to get a copy for everyone, but basically it's paragraph 1 and 2 have some obligations to acquire land and to create a road of some sort. And then it says, if you don't do these things within a certain length of time, then we're going to go forward with the lawsuit. But if we do accomplish these things, then your lawsuit will be dismissed. And not only dismissed, it's dismissed with prejudice, which means it cannot be brought back. And so...
Can we put the document up there where the agreement part of it was agreed to?
Sure.
And also, while we're discussing that part, conversation you and I had on the phone back in July, you also mentioned that the barriers weren't in place correctly.
We went out there yesterday, they're still not there.
Okay.
They're cast aside, you can drive right into the creek.
Just that page.
And that's an issue because I requested that that be fixed as well. And I know Commissioner Clark had asked Dr. Malik to come up, and Dr. Malik.
Yeah, Dr. Malik, we go ahead and come up, please, sir. Dr. Malik, just for the public, go ahead and state your name and your position you serve for Augusta Richmond County.
Yes, sir. Hamid Malik, Director, Engineering and Environmental Services.
Dr. Malik, back in July when I told you about those barriers on Birdwell Road, was that ever corrected or were they moved again?
I mean, those barriers are there, you know, and we do maintain the road frequently on that.
So is somebody moving those barriers? Do we need to find a more permanent solution there? I mean,
we can put a guardrail that's going to be, you know, permanent. But yeah, somebody's.
I mean,
yes.
it's public record now that there's no barrier in place and that somebody could go drive off. And I mean, it just sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Frankly, I'm surprised it hasn't happened at this point. But I know that you and I have had many other instances around the county where barriers have been put in place, and that very night they were hooked to a truck and drug out. So I know how things happen. So,
yes, sir.
But in regards to back in, I know Commissioner Guilfoyle was going to ask this question too, but back in 2013 when all of this was going on, when that bridge washed out, or was it even really a bridge or just a culvert with dirt over the top? I've seen the pictures of what it looked like, but I don't see where there was actually a bridge there.
Yeah, it was not a bridge. There was a CMP or metal pipes crossing at 2 different locations. And during that storm, the road overtopped. So that overtopping washed the top of the road and moved those pipe may still might be there or there.
They're still
I have
there.
to check. Yes,
Yeah, they're still there. And estimate back in 2015, it looks like, was about $830,000 to fix that. I'm sure that is probably 5 times more than that now, but what have you put eyes on that lately just to kind of see what an estimate would be to even get that road passable again?
It's probably going to be around $2+ million to do it. Plus, we had to go through the Corps of Engineer permitting. On that, probably they're going to take another year or so. The rules change, so we may require some mitigation credit. That's very expensive. Like Verland, last time I checked, a few years back for Williston, like $80,000 for just one credit, which is very, very expensive.
What a credit for what?
For the permit from the Corps of Engineers, if we're impacting some wetlands on that. On that, and the time, my reading and understanding of their argument was really to implement what this body approved that time, and that was option 5.
Yeah.
So we went through a lot of effort to get the required 50-foot right-of-way. If, from my recollection, I think we have to even condemn a parcel to get that required right-of-way and establish that road. So no one is landlocked at this point.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that being said, Attorney Plunkett, Director Malik just brought up a good point. So, of course, this predates a lot of us that were up here. The commission at that time, this came before the commission, and the recommendation was to execute option 5 because the previous form that we saw had a recommendation from previous Administrator Jackson that had 2 recommendations. So the body voted on what action?
So what I was able to find, I was not involved with the transaction. I don't have, instant
Yes,
recall
sir.
of that. But what I was able to find, I think there's some, and again, this has been several months when I looked at this, I believe there was minutes approving option 5.
Okay.
Even though the recommendation was 1 and 5.
Sure.
And I'm not sure if that was done in concert with the lawsuit or not. I can look at it a little bit differently for that purpose.
Yeah.
But what I was able to find, and and I'm not the greatest at web link and things of that nature, and I asked some other folks in our office if they could find it. It was, typically your options, or I should say your recommendations are followed.
Sure.
So I was expecting to find something that said option 1 was approved, and I was not able to find that.
Okay.
But I am more than happy to meet with, Mr. Schaefer either by telephone or, a Zoom call or whatever. I think it would be appropriate for engineering to be with us.
Yeah.
And happy to try to follow this up with them.
Yes, sir. Let's do this. So I want to give you you and the team an opportunity to do some due diligence on this so that we can get a recommendation brought back to us, and then so that we can also talk to the Schaefers and Mr. Comey as well, who has invested interest in knowing how we're going to proceed with this. Dr. Malik, last question for you. Do we have we validated that whatever commission action that was approved at that time, that work has been completed outside of what we're saying is the barriers?
Yes, sir. So, I searched everything, but I found exactly what Attorney Plunkett's saying is to do option 5, and yes, sir, that's
Okay.
fully completed. Yeah, and we're maintaining it periodically,
Yeah, so let's do this so that we can really do some extra due diligence. Mr. Schaefer, I appreciate you and the family doing your due diligence.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I could make one more statement
Yes, sir.
before I yield. In 1972, my father, in good faith, deeded almost 7 acres of land to this municipal body, with expectation that a road would be and a bridge would be completed, as they were told, and it was. And it remained that way for 30 years, over 30 years. So that was quite a sacrifice to give up that land, knowing that we'd get a road in there. So now we can't traverse the road entirely. And aside from what we're going to do with Mr. Plunkett, I would submit that that is not the most relevant thing. The most relevant thing is the failure of this body to obey Georgia law. And I think that's what we need to look at. Regardless if I go off in the sunset and lose it, are we not going to we're not going to recognize our duty as the county and city government to maintain roads and bridges?
Yeah.
So that's all. Thank you for having me there.
Well, no. I appreciate you bringing that point up, and even more reason why I want the team to do some due diligence to determine what are the roles and responsibilities, and that we're sound in providing what's due to everyone, but definitely in this situation as well. So
thank you very much.
Yes, sir. So if you can give us the opportunity for General Counsel, for our Director of Engineering, and our Administrator to ensure that they do some due diligence. Attorney Plunkett, how much time would you all need to be able to research this and for us to recap?
I think what we'd be trying to do is setting up a meeting probably or call sometime next week with Mr. Schaefer, subject to, Dr. Malik's or someone in his office's schedule. But, it's top of the mind, and it'd be best to go ahead and have the conversation as soon as possible with the Schaefers. Whether or not we can reach some, resolution, that's a different story.
Sure.
But I would like to have the meeting with them probably next week, and then we can report back at the cycle after that on the committee.
All right.
But we'll take this with due haste.
All right. Thank you. Committee members, based on...
Commissioner Clark.
All right, I'm coming to you next, Commissioner Garrett. I didn't forget you. Based on the General Counsel's recommendation, are we good to move this to next committee cycle with recommendations and discussions occurring as well? Any objections with that? All right. Commissioner Garrett.
Well, I want to make sure we did not miss out on Mr.
Absolutely not going to lose sight of that gentleman right there.
Okay.
He's been patiently waiting for us. I don't know. He's shaking his hands. I don't know.
I have a question for Dr. Malik.
All right, go ahead.
So, Dr. Malik, that $2 million estimate that you think that would take, are we talking about just replacing the dirt and that pipe that goes under that road?
So, for the bridge, all that.
No. There was never a bridge there. I mean, it was literally a culvert that went under the road with dirt on it. I'm still a little flabbergasted by that because, I've been out there, I've seen it. It was a big pipe. Yeah, I know the big pipe's going to cost a lot of money, but it's not a full-blown bridge. Or are you recommending that we build a full-blown bridge? I'm just talking about what would it cost to replace it with what was already there?
Still going to be somewhere neighborhood of 1.5 because it's a true crossing, and the Corps will not allow, at least when we have that conversation, that time, they will not allow us to have one crossing because of the protection of the wetland and all of the things. But yeah, if we doing the improvement, then bridge probably will be the better option.
A permanent type. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm just saying that culvert lasted for 30-something years, and it was one big storm that took it out. It could happen again, but bridges get taken out by storms too. But I do just want to please make sure that something permanent until we're able to repair that bridge or whatever that thing's called, because obviously those barriers that are there aren't sufficient because somebody's moving them.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'll definitely look into that. Maybe we're going to add additional layer of safety into that.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. And just, again, you and the attorney, go ahead and do your due diligence. Next committee cycle, we'll bring this back up for a recap. Mr. Schaefer, so we leapfrog weeks. So this is committee week. The following week is commission. The following week after that is committee. So we're talking about that week. What's the date on that? That will be the 10th of March will be the next committee cycle, okay? Can you all be available for that? Thank you, sir. I appreciate you greatly for your patience. Please go ahead and state your cause as well, sir.
Yes, sir. Again, my name is Reginald Coney, and I'm a member of King's Redeemed Ministry. And on behalf of our church, we're building a church at 3032 Birdwell Road, and we formally request a review and corrective action regarding the damaged bridge that is currently restricting access to the property, creating a significant life, safety, and emergency access concern. The current condition of the bridge prevents the property from maintaining two separate, reliable points of ingress and egress, which is critical requirement of safe operation of a place of public assembly. This limitation presents a serious risk to occupant safety and emergency response operations. Reliable and redundant access is essential to support emergency vehicle operation, including fire apparatus access, emergency medical services, EMS, law enforcement, and other emergency vehicles. Single point access creates a vulnerability in the event that the remaining route becomes obstructed or compromised, potentially delaying response and limiting apparatus maneuverability and impairing evacuation medical access during an emergency. Restoration of the bridge is therefore necessary to reestablish dual access, improve emergency response reliability, and mitigate ongoing life safety risks to congregants, visitors, and first responders. Given the public safety implications, we respectfully request that the Public Works conduct an expedited evaluation of the bridge condition and provide written direction regarding required repairs and corrective measures. In addition, we request coordination with the fire marshal or appropriate fire authority to ensure emergency vehicle and fire apparatus access requirements are adequately reviewed and addressed as part of this process. That's pretty much, and I know our part really entangles with that part.
Yes, sir.
And again, I wasn't there, in 2013, so I'm not sure what it was. But what I did do was go around the other side of that bridge, and it does cut off the two communities. So I was hoping that you guys would consider doing the bridge adequately so that we can get first responders in if needed. And by the way, I don't know if you've been out there lately, but this is a dirt road.
Yes, sir.
It's full of trees and anything can obstruct it. And we're spending almost $500,000 on the church on the far end of that road. And we would like to have dual access if possible for safety reasons.
Well, I don't know if you and Mr. Schaefer combined your efforts on being here for this day, but it looks like your timing is impeccable because we're about to really do some due diligence to determine a solution for this. So what we'll do, Mr. Comey, and I know I have a colleague in the queue, we're gonna, if you're willing and supportive of being included with the conversation, yes, I've talked to Attorney Plunkett so that he can include you in that effort as well. And since you brought up the fire department and they're in such strong numbers, Chief, we probably want to include you in it as well. If you guys can do some due diligence and effort of traversing and verifying that area, any limitations you all have, so that we can make this a holistic conversation. Thank you. I'm telling you, your timing was amazing. Look at this. We got a whole room full of firemen here. But no, seriously though, I'm gonna pass it over to Commissioner Garrett from District 8.
Thank you. Sir, I appreciate you being here, and I'm sure you've heard the back and forth already. Can you tell me that address where you're building church again? I could not find it in GIS. Do you have a parcel number? I'm just trying to see which side of it. Are you closer to the Willis Foreman side, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And
In fact, when you make that turn from Willis Foreman, we got two parcels of land, one on the right and one on the left. We're going to build a church on the left side.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to find it to see what. Okay. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, Attorney Plunkett, if we can get contact for Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Comey so that we can.
Mr. Mann's going to get that information.
I see him. He's already on it. Again, thank you both for bringing this up. More conversation to come. Madam Clerk, if we can annotate that items 1 and 10 were companion items. We'll be moving that to the March 10th committee meeting. Any objections from the committee? None. All right, none heard. I think we have one more, Madam Clerk, or is that it? That's it. All right. That concludes engineering services. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm ready when you are, and apparently Commissioner Clark is really ready. Do we have any additions or deletions?
Yes, sir. I call your attention to your addendum agenda item, and please take note of item number 3, deleted. It has been. So for committee's consideration today will be items 1 and 2.
Are there any objections to these 2 items being added to this agenda?
And I'll just read them. Item 1 is to discuss options for amending ordinance for placement of data centers, requested by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. Number 2, discuss and approve engineering workforce upward mobility plan, requested by Commissioner Garrett. So.
And looking at this agenda, I don't see any that I can consent. So
okay.
We are going to accept the additions, and
that will be without objections, right, sir?
are you in? You need to add something?
Without objection. I'm just ready to make a motion.
Let's go top to bottom, please.
Okay. Item number 1 is a motion to approve the purchase of 1 Dodge Durango Pursuit and 1 Chevrolet Tahoe at a total cost of $115,309 for the Richmond County Marshal's Office.
We have somebody here. We have a lot of suits here, so didn't know which one of you guys wanted to speak towards this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Jeff Brown, Lieutenant with the Marshal's Office.
All right. Are there any questions in regards to this item? Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, gentlemen, first of all, thank you for your service to the county. Thank you for consistently safeguarding our facilities. Can you give me some specifics on the 2 vehicles, the reason for the purchases? Can you clarify that for us? Are you able to do that today?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Each of these vehicles are going to be replacement vehicles. We're going to be turning in cars that are meeting either mileage requirements or a combination of mileage and maintenance costs.
Okay, so let's start with the Durango. What are we turning in for that one? What are the requirements that it's met to swap it out?
So we have identified a number of vehicles that are well over the mileage requirement.
Mm-hmm.
So we did our due diligence to pick out which cars were both meeting mileage requirements as well as like cosmetic things.
Sure.
And some of these are our aging Dodge Charger fleet. So some of these are 2014 models and a 2015 model.
Okay. So we're talking about switching out a, tell me the vehicle again, the Charger. We're talking about switching out a Charger for the Durango, correct? Or are we switching out 2 Chargers, one for a Durango and one for a Tahoe?
Correct. So it's one for each. So it's not expanding the fleet in any fashion. It's just going to be, so we're turning in a car for each car that we're getting.
Okay. All right. Help me understand, and I may need to pull Mr. Green in so we can get some clarity about specifics of swapping out vehicles. The Chargers, are they no longer available for replenishing of the fleet, or?
That is correct. In 2023, Dodge stopped making Chargers in this fashion that we know them. They still make a car called the Charger, but it is considered their new muscle car. It's a 2-door sport vehicle.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Green is our director. We don't bring you enough, Mr. Green. We got to start finding reasons to bring you up more often. Just joking with you. But
Mr. Green, it's okay if you come up.
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please forgive my lack of decorum on that one. Mr. Green, clarify, so the charger, as the marshal's office is stating, is no longer a viable option for us, right?
From my understanding, there was one that was totaled,
Okay.
and the other was completely fine, to my knowledge.
Okay, so in this case, the one that was totaled will be swapped out with the Durango.
That's correct.
And that's a viable option to swap that and meets all the prerequisites as well, right?
It does.
Okay, so the other one that you said that is in the realm of being changed out is, tell me the threshold for that one.
Well,
And why would we swap a Charger out with a Tahoe?
again, I'm gonna have to let the marshal's office justify that, but
Okay.
as far as the age of it, I think it's still fine. The mileage is high. You know, the criteria is if it hits we have an 18-point system.
Yes, sir.
And if that system hits 18, then we recommend that to be changed out. But it doesn't hit that criteria. My suggestion is not
To change out that second one?
That is my
Okay.
suggestion.
All right. So the one, though, that was swapping out the total, we're good with that one. But the other one, we have some question and concern about that one. Okay. Marshal's office, I want to give you all the opportunity if you want to add some additional clarity for that second one that is in question. And before you do that, let me follow decorum. Mr. Chair, may I go back to the Marshal's office?
Hey, it's your show. You just
Thank you,
whatever.
sir. I just wanted to make sure I was in good order. Gentlemen, please.
Yes, sir. So again, we had already identified 6 total vehicles for turn-in that were over that mileage or maintenance repair costs. And then after that, as we end with SPLOS 8 and prepare for SPLOS 9, we've actually identified 6, another 7 vehicles that are going to be approaching that mileage and maintenance repair cost. So we're keeping them in the fleet, utilizing them the best that we can, and we will look forward to replacing those as those fleet requirements come closer in.
Yeah, I guess I have a question. Like I said, if we're going to do a one-for-one swap, it should probably be whatever the comparable is. Because we're transitioning from a Charger, which is no longer, in the fleet options, and we're going from a Charger to Durango for a previously totaled one. Got that one, but
that one was actually a Ford Interceptor. So it wasn't. So that was an Interceptor sedan that was totaled out on maintenance cost.
Okay, all right, but we're still swapping that one with the Durango.
Yes, sir.
All right, but I guess the question that comes up is the Tahoe. How do we justify that from going from an Interceptor or a Charger to a Tahoe?
Available to us at fleet level right now, you're looking at either SUVs or pickup trucks.
Okay, all right. And I guess, Mr. Chair, I guess I have a little question on that because we've just heard from Central Services that, of course, manages fleet, and he's not given the recommendation to change that one out. So in this regard, I make a motion to go with changing out the one with the exception of taking the Director of Central Services recommendation not to change out the second one. So I put that in the form of a motion.
Can you be a little more specific? Which one are you speaking of replacing?
So they're the Interceptor, I think that's what he had stated, that's total. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
Let's switch that one out according to the recommendation from the Director from Central Services with the Dodge Durango. The second one, I think we need some more clarity and justification. Well, the other one was for the Tahoe.
Do 2 Dodge Durangos, that should satisfy that.
So are there 2 that need to be replaced out?
There are.
Okay, so
there's actually, in the next 2 cycles, there's going to be about 13 that are going to need to be replaced.
Yeah, I think we need to do this, and let me make sure I clarify my motion, because what I don't want is for us to come up with a level of conflict on the floor where we have the central services who manages our fleet to give those recommendations of what should be brought to us. And in concert with the justification we're getting from the department. I want to make sure that we're using common sense with replacing the fleet, staying within the guidelines that fleet management has set for us. But Madam Administrator, can you help us make sure that before this comes to us on the floor, that this has already been hashed out and clarified?
Yes.
I know there's some things that we got to improve upon with our processes and otherwise, but let's make sure that this piece is cleaner. And let's make sure that we're showing that we're being good stewards of the dollars as well within the policies that we have.
Commissioner, the administrator had brought that to my attention on yesterday. So we've already talked about it, and we know what we need to do going forward.
All right. So we have 2 vehicles that need to be changed out, Mr. Green, or just 1, according to your recommendation?
Now, the matrix just says 1, but if we can justify the others, depending on the matrix, then.
All right. So based on the reservation from the director, I make a motion to approve for the 1 with the understanding that the director and the department that's requesting the vehicles clarify and validate with the administrator for the need to change out the 2nd vehicle. That's my motion.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Commissioner from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for Mr. Green.
Yes, Mr. Green.
For the
if you would come back
department. 2 questions. Just so that we're clear, what are you going to be looking back? What are you going to be looking for from the Marshal's department, the Marshal's office? What additional information and clarity are you going to be looking back from them?
We're going to make sure that the age of the vehicles are appropriate. We're going to make sure the mileage is there. We're going to also look at the maintenance cost as well. So if it meets that criteria, or if it doesn't, then that's what we will justify the purchase on.
Was it a situation of them not giving you the information that you needed? Did you request that information ahead of time?
I saw it. I saw the information. I signed off on the information. However, I left that up to this governing body to decide. I just saw where the funding was coming from, and I bought it forward at that point.
Are you seeing any other departments trend like you're seeing here? Do we have an issue with what you're seeing here?
There is
other places?
We've identified some efficiencies of where we can improve.
Okay. Which departments?
Well, it's across the board. It's just not one singular department. It's across the board.
Okay. So are you working on some type of plan to get us to a better place there?
Yes.
Because I would hate to see that, other situations like this happen to where departments are trying to move forward with their operational needs, but it's stopped. So are you working on some type of plan moving forward to kind of get us to a better place on this?
Sure. We already have a plan in place. There's information already there. We're going to be presenting that information probably next month.
And can you also provide this committee with some type of report as to how much we're spending on vehicles, new vehicles, replacements by department?
I can do that as well.
Thank you.
All right, good, Commissioner.
One question for Mr. Green.
All right, one last question.
One last question. I'm glad you didn't have to sit down and me call you back up, Mr. Green. One question. I know that some departments you pull them out of service at 125,000 miles. Sheriff's Department said, I believe, at 175,000. What's the difference in the two with the 50,000 miles variance? Well, we should have is that part of the 18-point system that you come up with? Or?
Well, public service vehicles, they're driven a lot differently than general service vehicles. And so you're going to have more usage out of it. You're going to have idle.
Can you hang on one second, Mr. Green? We got a sidebar.
All right.
Continue, Mr. Green.
They're just going to be higher maintenance on public service vehicles as opposed to general service vehicles. You don't drive them the same. There's going to be idle time, the speed of the vehicles, that type of thing. It's just more usage out of a public service vehicle or safety public vehicle.
So with the Sheriff's Department being at 175,000, everybody's else, which is the public safety vehicle, everybody else is at 125,000. How do we justify that?
Well, my understanding is that The public service vehicles are 125 and everyone else is at 175.
So any kind of law, let's say, for example, the marshal's department, they turn in their vehicles in at 175,000, is that?
If it meets the criteria. I mean,
Yes, sir.
with a public safety vehicle, you want to make sure that it's running optimal. You
That's
want to
right.
make sure that it's safe out there for our police and other safety personnel. So it's going to, we recommend that once it hit that threshold, that it's replaced.
Thank you for that answer, sir. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bonner, there's a motion with a proper second. We're going to vote on that.
That motion carries 3-1, with Mr. Lewis voting no.
All right, next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 2
Thank you,
is...
gentlemen.
Sir? Okay. Item number 2 is to receive as information a presentation on the updates to the Augusta website.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, as part of our initiative to improve transparency for our citizenry as well as for others that may be interested in what's going on in the city of Augusta, administration performed an upgrade to the current city website. And due, of course, to the amount of content that we have had previously, it has taken a few days to do that. So you may be getting an alert when you go to the website because they're transitioning the respective data over to the new site. Ms. Richardson in our office, our communications manager, has done a terrific job in working with our information technology department, as well as all of the respective other governmental departments and our elected officials to bring this to a close. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Richardson right now so that she can give you all of the respective details.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chiquita Richardson. I am the Communications Manager for Augusta, Georgia government. Today, I'm presenting this information regarding the City of Augusta's website redesign and the recent updates implemented. The City of Augusta's website was last fully redesigned 4 to 5 years ago. In line with our contractual cycle, a redesign is scheduled every 4 to 5 years. To ensure the platform remains secure, functional, and in compliance with current standards, this update reflects that scheduled redesign. Here you see a slide that reflects the previous website design. While functional, it had limited navigational flexibility and required users to scroll or search more extensively to locate services and updated information. All right, so before we jump directly into our new design, let me tell you a little bit about this before we jump into this. This redesign focuses on usability, accessibility, and transparency, and content accuracy. The goal was to ensure that any user, regardless of their age or technical ability, can quickly locate services, forms, and official information. This was a collaborative effort. We worked closely with the Information Technology Department, all county departments, and elected officials to ensure the content is current and accurate. I also want to extend a thank you to Chris and Jeff in our Information Technology Department for their support throughout this process. Alrighty, so here, of course, is our new design, our new layout. Above, you'll see our navigation pane. at the very top with categories such as government, departments, city services, living here, doing business, and how do I. These are organized based on how users typically search for information. So these were our most visited tabs, along with the buttons that you see here, as well as city services. Here we have a new news center. This is for timely updates followed by meetings and public events to keep residents informed. Has little features. We also have a public public meetings, events, and elections. So this displays current election information, current events, city events across all departments, and public meetings. Here, one of my favorite parts of this page here. This is our city leadership page. You can hover over, but it does lead out. As of right now, we're still building out behind so that this will lead to each district. But we do have a little feature that we added here. Click here, and it takes you to where you can find your commissioner so that anyone in need of knowing who that commissioner may be can enter their address and locate them. Of course, these helpful links, contact us, employee resources. So I'm going to scroll to the top and go to one department page to give you an idea of what the department pages look like, the new update for that. Again, these are some of the most visited links. Get back home, you can click your logo here, right back to the home page. Along with the website redesign, we are also in the process of developing a city newsletter titled Inside Augusta, which will go live in the coming weeks. We will be utilizing a platform that allows citizens to sign up directly through their email and receive government updates. As part of this administration's continued focus on transparency, Inside Augusta will serve as a recap of city government activity, highlights, key updates, and departmental accomplishments. At this time, residents may pre-subscribe by visiting www.augustaga.gov and clicking the Register/Sign Up tab. This redesign positions Augusta to communicate more effectively, provide better access to services, and maintain accurate public information. At this time, I'm happy to receive any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson, for your presentation and for this update. Not seeing any colleagues in the queue. Yeah, well done, and we will accept this as information. Ms. Bonner?
Definitely.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 3, discuss and approve having the law department to review of the commission's rules of procedure to see if there are any items needing to be updated requested by Commissioner Smith.
All right. Commissioner from the 7th, this is your item.
Thank you, and I'll keep this brief. I think with campaign season ahead of us, and I was, noticing signs and everything, and it just kind of put a little reminder in my head. I know there was at one time a comment made or something about signs being allowed in chambers, and we thought about it and we said, well, we'll see what comes of that. And of course, the attorney would have to research that. But it's been several years since the rules of procedure have been looked at. And I would just like to ask the law department if they can just review some and possibly bring back a suggestion or recommendation to the body.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
All right. Do I hear a second on that? I will second. Okay. Ms. Bonner, we have a motion as well as a second from Commissioner Clark. We will vote. All right. Thank you, Ms. Landak, for your briefness. Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 4, motion to approve the minutes of the February 10th Administrative Services Committee meeting.
Not on.
So moved. You're not on the committee, yeah.
I have a motion and a second. We'll vote on this one.
Yes, sir.
I guess we will go to the addendum after this.
Yes, sir. Unanimous.
Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Next item on our addendum agenda, item 1, discuss options for amending ordinances for placement of data centers. Requested by Commissioner Guilfoyle.
All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle, this is your item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we have, you mind if I ask the intern director from Plan and Zoning?
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
How are you?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bazar. Anyway, we all of us went to that public meeting.
Yes, sir.
And the last thing I'll ever want to see again is something to happen next to a community that's already existing. So to get ahead of this game, to keep it from happening again, what kind of ordinance change can we do? If y'all working on one, because you was there as well, and we'll discuss the data center that's on Gordon Highway after we discuss this part.
Yes, sir. I totally agree. After the experience, what we experienced at the Bel Air Elementary School, we decided, we are currently working on a new zoning ordinance. Let me be clear on that. And after we left that meeting, we said we need to get some language in place. So we've been working with our consultant who is now working with us to get us some language in place. So on Thursday, we will be meeting with them again to find out what they have came up with. They've been working with different municipalities. So they was like, well, we can help you guys write some language for this. So that's what we're currently doing. So on this Thursday, we have a meeting with them to find out what they have already went ahead and started to put in place for us. And I'll be able to give you more information on that after Thursday, hopefully.
I appreciate that proactive attitude and taking action to get ahead of this. There's no doubt that data centers are here in Georgia. They're going to continue to come to Georgia. When this was passed by the floor back in 2022, I believe it was.
Yes, sir.
Nobody knew what a data center was until the latter part of last year.
And that is correct. So back in 2022, when they looked at this, they didn't have no language. So when they saw, they compared it more so to a mini warehouse or, you know, a U-Haul building that has climate control. So they went ahead and decided to, because that's the only thing we can compare it with because it's a B2 zone. So they went ahead and decided to do it that way to make it a better fit for a business. Because they didn't see it as like working in an industrial, because you know the industrial more like loud noises and a lot of traffic. They just saw this more of like I say, like a place that you can go like a U-Haul with just inside U-Haul place now, not outside where it'd be more controlled. It's not a lot of traffic.
Right. I think one good thing that come out of that meeting, well, actually a couple good things. One is we got to hear the concerns of the residents that lives adjoining to this data center. I listened to each and every one. But there's one that I did listen loud and clear, and I spoke with him for about 30 minutes after that meeting. He was the HOA president of all things. And his words on the floor was, I know we cannot derail this. And that's when I leaned over to the lady with QTS. I said, can we stop this? She said, no. And that's when I made a decision. I did not know he was the HOA at the time, so after the meeting, I spoke with him, and right now, I believe he's going to have a HOA meeting in March with the residents there. This is where the compromise comes into play. QTS right now is willing, I imagine, is willing to do whatever to be friendly neighbors, even though they right on the back doorsteps of the residents that on the west side of that complex neighborhood. So I was telling the HO president, maybe what we could do is request tall shrubbery, cedar trees, a thicker barrier, one to cut out any kind of noise. If anything, the generators, they're going to test them during the daytime. Most people are going to be at work or kids going to be at school. It's going to keep the light from piercing through to the neighbors that abuts the property. So I did ask him to come up with some ideas what we could do to bring to the table to talk with QTS, to see what we could do to soften the blow. They coming, but at least I'll be willing to try to figure a way to work with them. I did some research on it, and what I just found out too is they put in a town homes abutting the backside of this data center too.
Yes, that's correct. They yes, Weatherstone. Yes, it's a Weatherstone townhomes. Yeah, they are planning to put some in there, but I know they do have buffers. I think on that side, I think it's a 50-foot buffer. Am I correct? Could be more, but at this point, I know they got a 50-foot buffer between them. But I do know the developer are willing to meet with the neighborhoods and to see where they can come up with some way to work out together. I think they want to make it work. So I really see this not being a problem. So if, like you say, the guy want to talk, I don't see it being a problem with them coming to talk with them. Maybe, like you say, maybe put some tree buffers in, anything to help out the situation.
Right, something that, to compromise and to where we could move forward. But, here moving forward and with the rest of Augusta is with these data center comes in, we have to be strategic of where they are placed. Would not, if we had a say-so whatsoever, I don't think you'll hear anybody behind this dais go, yeah, let's put it next to, let's say, Goshen or anything like that. It won't happen.
And I agree. I think we learned from this that we need to have better communication with our neighborhoods. So we've been talking about putting something together where we can maybe get with IT to see if we can get it out before we had these kind of situations. Cause that was
That's right.
really pretty. So.
But, one is the sign. The plan is on the sign needs to be larger. That was something that good to come out of the meeting. And something else is that only one out of the 60 people that was interviewed seen the sign, the plan and zoning sign. And I woke up at 3 o'clock that morning thinking about everything that everybody said, and it made sense. The reason why, because the residents lives close on the Bobby Jones side, and the data center's beyond the entrance. For any reason for a neighbor or a resident to go past their entrance to go to Grovetown, Harlem, or Harlem is probably going to be a rare occasion, so nobody would have seen it anyway.
Yeah.
And I think there was a billboard put up by QTS or the other developer.
Yeah, and they did. And what we normally like to do, we like to put it at each end of the street, so that way the traffic that's coming through can catch it, and the ones that coming the other way can also catch it.
Right. Well, I definitely appreciate planning and zoning to getting ahead of this, getting ahead of the curve to where we could put an ordinance in place. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir. All right. See a couple more colleagues in the queue. Commissioner from 3rd.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you so much, Commissioner from the 8th. Anyway, seeing that we probably can't stop this data center, and after being at that meeting the other night and hearing the frustrations and concerns that were addressed, I want to make sure we do whatever we can to accommodate the residents, Haines Station, whatever it takes. Their needs they need to be placed first, put first. And so whatever we can do to accommodate them putting an ordinance in place, let's do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that way, moving forward, when there are other data centers that are going to probably be popping up in the future, we'll have something there, and we won't have this confusion, frustrations. But no, I want to see whatever we can do in a meeting. I believe I made a comment in late May to have a meeting again with the residents. But hopefully by then we'll have something that we can go by so that we don't have what went on the other night. But I want them to know I do hear their frustrations.
Oh, yeah, we definitely do as well.
Okay, and thank you. I'm going to step out of the queue.
All right. Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, question for you. It was said that the commission approved this some years ago, correct? What year was that approval?
It was originally approved in 2022.
What exactly was in that approval? What came before the commission for approval?
Come on, cause I'm trying to think about what.
I know you weren't here in 22.
It was just if I'm mistaken, it was a rezoning. Correct.
What did it say?
Yeah. Come on, go ahead. You know this yet.
Amanda Cruz, I'm one of the planners, and I presented at the data center meeting. In 2022, it was rezoned to B2. It was for a data center, but it was for a smaller data center. It was the developer T3, who later ended up moving on, and I don't know if it was a seller or acquisition. I'm not sure what it was, but in 2024, QTS took it over with a larger data center.
So in the event that we make a rezoning or we create a rezoning for an entity or a project and it doesn't go forward, does that not revert back to the original zoning? Aren't there instances in the city where that does happen?
There are some instances with, usually it's special exceptions, where if a special exception is not initiated within 6 months, that the special exception would no longer be valid. But there aren't really zones with that or zonings that did happen. I've seen just through the archives that there were conditions where that happened, some number of years ago, but they were really hard to keep up with when they were not actually, developed or used in that way. But they were years and years ago. But typically now we see it with special exceptions where they'll have to come back before us because that developer didn't actually develop the property and it's no longer valid.
Last question is that I know some folks in the neighborhood in the area were told that there's nothing that can be done about this data center. If there's a group of people who just don't want it, right, and the commission was inclined to support that, what options does the commission have in the event that the appetite to have a data center in this corridor doesn't exist? What options does the commission have on that decision?
So it did go through the 2022 rezoning, 24, and the 25. It's currently in the site plan process phasing at the moment. So it's going through all the correct legalities that it needs to go through as far as site plan processes, getting the approvals with EPD, and the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA and, everyone. I think what Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle brought up with working in unison with this developer would be probably the best way to move forward. We don't necessarily want to say that the community needs to get on board 100%, and force it on them. That's definitely not what I want to say at all. But, QTS, from what I've had the conversations with them, both at the meeting and they've called me personally, they want to be a great community partner. And they want to do more in that corridor, but also just for the city.
I don't disagree, but I do know that they would have, it would be in their best interest to be a good neighbor because of the benefit that they're going to reap as being this, as having a data center in the community. So, I mean, they're not going to say, no, we don't want to be a good neighbor. I guess my biggest thing here is that I've seen in a lot of situations to where personal care homes, liquor stores, apartment complexes, townhome developments, all of these projects have come before the commission, and a lot of these folks spent money on buying property and development plans, and the commission still shot the projects down. So what I'm trying to understand is where's the difference here between what we're facing with this situation than what we face with the nurse practitioner, or I think she was a doctor who came and wanted to put a personal care home in a neighborhood and we shot it down. Or it was a developer who bought some land. And I think it was said, well, they can just sell the properties. Properties sell all the time. What is the difference between this company going through the process, spending the money, and then another company or entity doing the same thing?
Yeah.
Because if a neighborhood doesn't want it, I'm not saying that this commission should be on Front Street by trying to stop this, but what I am saying is that we have to listen to this neighborhood and at least understand what our options are as a committee or as a body to address that inevitability if that happens.
Yeah, and I was involved with the personal care home that you're referring to as well. I went to those community meetings. They were a smaller scale, but at that point, the community did come out to Planning Commission and they came out to Augusta Commission, and they were able to stop it before even getting to the point of approval of a special exception. So that is the difference there, where they didn't even get their approvals yet versus this one has been approved. And so they were able to stop it before that approval process. So since these ones have been approved, I mean, since the beginning of 2022, they are different in that way. I think and I know there are lots of things where we were talking about the notification processes and not seeing, and it was 2022 and COVID and all of these things, but I think had the community come out, we would be having a different conversation.
And just to get one additional point of clarity, just in line with what I've heard. So you're telling us there's no options that we can tap into in the event that becomes something this body wants to address?
I mean,
Not legally.
that wouldn't be a legal question.
Legal? Well, Mr. Chairman?
Whatever y'all want to do. I mean,
Are you asking for this, that's already been approved, or are you saying going forward how we might be able to address it?
Well, this haven't been already approved, but if you want to share some going forwards as well, I would appreciate it. Well, I want to know if it came to the point to where the appetite was not to have this in this community, what protections does the commission have, or what options can the commission tie down, or is this just is over with, it's a done deal, nothing the commission can do about it?
I think going forward, it's a little bit easier. I happened to saw two news clips today that Cobb and Hall counties are considering a 180-day moratorium on approving any additional data centers while they consider ordinances. On the ACCG listserv, there's a lot of sample ordinances going back and forth and things of that nature. So I was thinking of pulling those and sharing those with Director Vassar on those kind of issues there. The kind of retroactive, I mean, other than maybe acquiring the land for some public purpose, I think that trying to take this away possibly would be an inverse condemnation. I mean, we could look at it to see an inverse condemnation is not a good thing. We could look at it, but more than likely it was the the community didn't have an appreciation of what a data center was. There's just, there's The first one it gets
To
in,
get
so
to
to
my
speak.
question.
I don't
on
think there's
this
much
one
you can
now-
do.
Okay.
I don't think there's much you can do.
Are you able to go check back and report back to this body?
I will
on
be
what we
happy to
could
look
do?
into it, but I mean, you're asking today, what can we do? My answer today is, I don't think much, but we'd be more than happy to try to brainstorm to see if there's something we could do.
Would appreciate that. And then you mentioned reverse condemnation. Can you explain what that means and why that's not a good
An
thing?
inverse condemnation.
Inverse condemnation.
So basically is a condemnation, you may be taking a piece of property for public purposes. Okay, so that's, you have to pay fair market value. Sometimes you can put things in place that essentially takes the property owner's rights away. And by virtue of that, you have essentially negatively impacted their land or their business or whatever. And so you may be obligated to compensate them for that action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the idea, is that if you take certain actions relative to a piece of property and then it keeps them from being able to use what they already had a legal right to do, you've taken some of their value away.
Okay. We'd appreciate if you get back with us on any options that we would have at our disposal.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Guilfoyle,
Yes, ma'am.
you in the queue.
Sorry.
I apologize.
All right. Well, Commissioner Guilfoyle, this was your item. Do you want to just receive this as information pending what they come back to us with their new policy?
Absolutely. I didn't know if the young lady wanted to say something while she was here. She had corresponded us on email. I think Ms. Bonner had stated that we were going to have this discussion today. But if she don't want to say anything, that's fine. Okay.
No, that's not correct. I was told I wasn't allowed to speak because I spoke on the 20th of January.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
No one will be back after that. Also, when I asked about clear.
Ma'am, please come. I didn't hear a word.
All right. Ma'am, do you want to come up and restate what you said?
Hey, she's already been here. That was the reason why Ms. Bonner stated that she could not be put on the delegation portion.
If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Dr. Zakia Mabry, and what I stated was, I'm not going to state my address, it's on the record.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. We need you to, please.
I'm not stating my address.
Okay. Okay. Well,
On the record, and I put that in my email.
I understand that, but
Okay, thank you.
all right. We will receive this as information. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, sir.
Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Next item is to discuss and approve engineering workforce upward mobility plan. And you could find the backup information for this on agenda item number 9 in the Engineering Services Committee book.
All right. Dr. Malik and I have had quite a few discussions around this, and even in regards to other departments and their plans for succession plans, and I think this is right on time. So Dr. Malik, if you would come forward.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So this is really, for me, is the critical us to this body for engineering to be functional and retain the skill workforce that has institutional knowledge and also attract the workforce which we can train and keep it for a long time. So engineering has the career ladder, really. Nowadays we call our mobility plan, really, that's what it is. And I've been to several engineering meetings, and the young engineers always ask, okay, what kind of upward mobility you all have? And really, we don't have any answer because we don't have it. Engineering lost, I'll give you a few examples. Engineering lost a construction engineer 2 years back. I have not come across a single somewhat decent candidate to fill that position. Given all the construction going on, really, there's 2 other people and myself. I'm gonna lose engineering manager this month. He was here for, I believe, 4 or 5 years. He got his PE. Recently, we did accommodate some salary, but there was no upper mobility for him. So he's moving on to living to another county, not the Columbia County. He's going some other place. I lost my assistant director about 2 years ago too. I haven't come across any single good candidate. So all the details are there. I can really go through like my recent departure with my engineering manager. So in this upward mobility, basically, how it works is we're not going to create the position. It's the same position after number of criteria is met. One is the number of years with the engineering, not coming from outside. It's like 5 years, they have to be with the department. Then they have to get certain certification. They have to have a good to excellent standing. And then they will move up to the next ladder. And the next ladder, if that person leaves, then the position will come back to where it was. This is a tool to provide incentive to the workforce we have to go get training, develop their skills, and show work efficiency, all that, because there's incentive built into that. The same is, I have 2 engineering inspector positions. It's almost a year and a half. We're down to 2 inspectors managing countywide land development going on, and that's the infrastructure, we set on that part. It does have other criteria. I can go to all detailed page by page, but it's going to take extended time. So really, my ask to this body is to approve these plans, then we can go to the next step on the implementation of this plan. And of course, either that will be part of the next budget process or the following budget process, all that. It's not all that, I started this myself after hours in 2024 and finished it up somewhere around mid-2025. I discussed with majority of you all. That's the only meeting I asked with the administrator in 15, 18 months. We met in person, went through page by page on this plan. I did share with the HR director twice on this one. The feedback I got is a good plan, a good way to retain and bring the workforce on that.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. And I know that it's a lot of information in the book in regards to how this all functions. I think one of the questions that always comes to my mind when we discuss these types of things is, what is the impact on your budget in regards to implementing this plan?
So presently, there's no impact to this year's budget. When we implement it, if the plan is approved, then I will go back and do the assessment. At this time, only to get who is here for that number of years, and then we're going to look into the other criteria. So even, I don't expect really fully implementation in 2027 because we have to get into the next phase of this implementation and then working through it. So the most impact most likely will be in 2028, because we are in 26, implemented going through that, and then budget process start way earlier. So that's the way I look. But at least I can put it on our website, department website, whenever we have opportunity to go to the meetings or some potential candidate, we can offer them, hey, this is the plan. You have opportunity to move forward. And other, for me, the good thing is if you are, the person stay here 10, 15 years, I don't think that person going to going anywhere because they already invested, here and have institutional knowledge. So.
And I guess my next question is for Deputy Administrator Jackson. I know Dr. Malik said he had a meeting and has discussed this with you. Is the administrator's office on board with this, or do you have any comments towards this?
Yes, sir. We meet with Dr. Malik maybe about a year or so ago. He did outline the plan page by page, went through the details, and he did highlight some good things in terms of certifications and training for staff. I do agree with the assertion that maybe he can bring back more details in a summarized fashion for the commission with the intent to maybe incorporate these items for FY28 or at least propose it for that matter. So I do think we have some time to flesh this out in detail. But we did meet with him and discuss this page by page.
What time period would the administrator's office need to look at all of this in order to move this forward? Because I think, this is one of the things when we're trying to recruit employees and retain employees, at least being able to say this is a plan that we're working on and, this body's behind it. So just trying to help in regard to that.
Dr. Malik, are you agreeable to, over the next 2 months, to kind of just bring back some more summarized details?
So, what I'm asking is approve the plan. Okay. So if the plan is approved, then I can work on more detail on that. Giving my time constraint, that's why I didn't work beyond this, because if the plan is not approved, for me, there's no insurance that it will move forward. We're going to keep still discussing. So my ask is to approve the plan, and then we can come back, It's probably going to get a little time because, I have to work after hours on this, whatever I got to do.
And in regard to this, I guess Commissioner from the 9th asked me the same question that I was thinking through too. We've been waiting on a compensation study for quite a while. Does the administrator's office or HR have any idea when that will be ready?
Yes, sir. We have a meeting actually this week with the consultant from Siegel as it relates to the compensation study. Administration has a meeting with them in HR.
Okay, and then with that compensation study, is there any parts of it in looking at upward mobility, or is it just a flat, this is what the compensation should be?
It's actually, to your point, Commissioner Garrett, it's actually looking at the respective compensation across the board.
So no. Okay.
So with Dr. Malik has presented, and he is correct, he has a great plan. I will not say he does not have a great plan, but I think it's something that you have to look at holistically throughout the organization, not just in one department. And so he's right. He has brought some recommendations forward that he wants to start initiating the plan. But if you don't initiate that plan and look at it holistically, it may cause some concerns from other departments. That's the only thing. We're dealing with some employees in regards to certifications and things now because we don't have a consistent plan to follow as it relates to upward mobility.
Okay, so I guess that's kind of where I'm going. I've worked places where there's very specific grades and skills that, employees work within, and, that is what you can anticipate moving through with your tenure in that work. So when will Augusta get to that point?
That is exactly what we're working toward. Yes, sir.
All right, what's the time frame?
I wish I could tell you the time frame. One of the things that we're looking at, amongst all the other things, I wish we'd came in here on a clean slate and we had nothing to do but move. But every day we discover something else that pulls us down into another situation. As Dr. Malik mentioned, he presented this information to us a while back. And with everything that we've been looking at in regards to the vegetation and other things that we're looking at citywide as it relates to the efficiency of our operations, this is one of the things that had to be put on the back burner until we can come up with a definitive operation and meet with HR, because this is more of a meeting with our human resource department to make sure that we have this consistently across the board, not just for one department.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clark, you have a question?
Okay. I'll get out the queue. Looks like I missed the conversation about the comp study that HR.
It's coming.
They're working on it?
They got a meeting this week with the consultant.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, let me end with this piece. Dr. Malik, I appreciate the proactiveness on staying, keeping this in our path of understanding, advocating for your teams, but ensuring that all of our folks understand everything they provide and do for us on a consistent basis. If we can add some level of career, progression to what we do, it's important. And I think the point you're bringing up is very, very valid. And I appreciate you advocating for the teams. And I'm looking forward to the administrator, HR, and our other directors to work towards spreading that across the board for our team. We have a valuable grouping of talented folks that work hard to support Augusta, Richmond County and its residents. And we want to make sure that folks have some level of understanding of where they have any points of upward mobility and otherwise. So I appreciate you keeping this one in our forefront vision as well. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner from third.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say after listening to, I'm not on this committee, but I will say after listening to this discussion, I think it's critical that we, that I know I'll support Dr. Malik on this. I know he's worked hard on it. And so I'm hoping that we can approve this. And after hearing the discussion, like I say, I'm not on the committee, but when it comes before us as a whole, I'm going to support him.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, Ms. Bonner, we have a motion and a second to approve this plan. And hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll have a summary as well as financial impacts for 28.
Yes, sir.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Chair, I got a question. I know we're voting. So we're voting with what Director Malik has proposed, as well as working with HR and the administrator. So
right.
what are we doing?
Well, we're in order for him to be able to move forward with all the information that he needs to collect, you need to move, at least give him some direction to move forward.
So this is discovery to feed into the realignment plan that the administrator's working on.
Correct.
Thank you, sir, for that clarity.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bonner.
Yes,
I
sir.
did not win the award today for being the shortest committee. No. But
Next time, it's always next time.
but hopefully hopefully it was fun. Did everybody have fun?
You didn't win. Good afternoon. I would like to call Public Safety Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
I would like to Public Safety go from top to bottom.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 1 is a motion to approve basic design services fee from the approved $883,875 to $1,151,175, an increase of $267,300 for the renovation of Craig Houghton to the Juvenile Justice Center, 23 CSA 006.
Administrative.
Yes, ma'am. So as you all know, the recommended changes for the Craig Horton facility for our juvenile courts has been modified because we did not have the scope of initial funding that we were originally looking for. So, and I have also with me Mr. Martin, Nolan Martin here from the courts to address any questions as it relates to the modification. But with that modification included respective designs changes to be made. So therefore, these are the respective difference in cost, and the funding is available.
Thank you. Mr. Nolan, you want to come up? Ms. Allen and I had a conversation earlier because, you know, the first thing I asked about where we're going to get the money for. But thank you, and I apologize for having you here so long today, Mr. Martin, but go right ahead.
So Hussey Gay Bell, and I first want to thank the mayor and commissioners for your support of the judicial branch, and we're excited that we're moving forward with the Juvenile Justice Center. The architectural firm of Hussey Gay Bell was initially came forward with a design plan in 2022 and 23, and at a cost of $46 million, and that was unrealistic to the amount of money on hand, and that plan was rejected, and their fees were based on that. Subsequently, when we began to move forward with the renovation of Craig Houghton, they have now requested a design fee increase of the $267,300, and that's primarily going from a three-story new building to just the renovation part of it. And so they basically had to scrap the design fee and all originally. There are 7 components to their billing. It includes programming, design, permitting, bidding, construction administration, reimbursable, and a change order. Significant changes are only to the design fees, which went from $557,000 to $775,300, and construction administration, which went from $145,300 to $184,600. And again, the funds are on hand.
We have a couple of colleagues in line. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you. I don't know if you could answer this question. Is this a design build job?
It is.
This architect is going to be in charge of building out too?
That's right, and we opened the bids today on a construction manager at risk as part of the project.
All right, as far as this architect in the past 3 years that I've been here, we've always had to pay on the architectural fees to assumed cost. Even though we might have paid $883,000 and we never built it, we still owed them $400,000 based on the percentage that was agreed upon. And once the architect come back, it was assumed that it was going to cost $20 million, even though it wasn't built, and we had to pay them. So is there a fee attached to this, a percentage?
I believe it's 8% was on.
So we giving up the 1.15 mil plus additional 8%, or is that built in?
That's built in.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Guerra.
Thank you. Good to see you, sir. In regards to these costs that keep escalating for this project, is any of this because of changes from who will be operating or working in this building?
No, actually, the cost was reduced from 46 million to, I believe, 18 million because people were not included in the project.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion? Any more? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Ola, can you share with us the anticipated start of the construction? Or do you have an anticipated?
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. The initial discussion was if the SPLOST is approved in May, that they would begin to have construction on at least part of it in September in order to get the staff out of Broad Street in that rental property that's $226,200 a year, and to move into the Craig Houghton while they finish the remainder of it.
Okay.
And so that's my understanding of where we are now.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second. Vote, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries with Ms. Rice out.
Thank you again for your support.
You're welcome.
Item number 2, motion to approve and adopt the Augusta Fire Department 3-year strategic plan for 2026 through 2029.
Chief Burt.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Johnson and members of the commission. It is my privilege to present the Augusta Fire Department's 3-year strategic plan for 2026 through 2029. I'd like to add that this is the first time ever a program of this magnitude for a strategic plan has ever been presented in the history of our department. This document is the culmination of months of intense planning, careful thought, and vigorous discussion among our leadership team. It serves as a comprehensive roadmap designed to guide our department's decision-making and resource allocation as we address the evolving needs of Augusta-Richmond County. As we enter this new planning cycle, we're not just looking at the next 3 years. We are building upon the 30-year legacy of achievement, a period that saw us increase staffing levels, expand into emergency medical services, and earn a prestigious Class 1 ISO rating. This plan is our cornerstone for pursuing formal accreditation and ensuring that we remain a value-adding service to our citizens by balancing high-level professional emergency response with proactive community engagement. The intent of this plan is to provide our department with a clear blueprint for systematically achieving our desired future. It is designed to ensure that we remain unified, organized, and purpose-driven in our commitment to the safety of Augusta-Richmond County by supplying skilled professionals in innovative programs. We aim to meet the evolving needs of every resident and every stakeholder we serve. You see, governing body leadership is responsible for managing change, and this plan is the result of immersing our entire executive leadership team and command staff in this vital function. I'd like to recognize our core planning team, Deputy Chiefs Keith Lively and LaRon Beasley, our Fire Marshal, Chief James Perkins, Chief Training Officer Brian Wolf, our shift commanders, Chief Reynolds, Chief Wright, and Chief Neese, and our data specialist, accreditation manager, Sarah Harvey. I want to also thank Organization by Design, Mr. Frank and Allison Foster, for their guidance throughout this journey. You see, in this planning process, we didn't develop these goals in a vacuum. We utilized a systems thinking approach to clarify our direction. This included an environmental scan of emerging trends, a community engagement survey to hear directly from our citizens, and an internal member survey to ensure our personnel are aligned with our path forward. Our direction is defined by 3 pillars: our vision, mission, and core values. Our vision statement, leading Augusta towards a safe future with integrity, innovation, and a shared commitment to protecting lives and strengthening communities. Our mission statement remains steadfast to provide our community with a safe environment to live, work, and visit through the delivery of professional emergency services and fire safety education. This mission and vision is supported by our core values. Customer focus. We place the community at the heart of every decision, delivering compassionate, timely, and professional service that protects lives, safeguards property, and fosters trust throughout every interaction. Courage. We provide the community service with valor, bravery, and perseverance. Professionalism. We demonstrate unwavering integrity, accountability, skill, and empathy in every interaction with community members and visitors. And commitment. We recognize the inherent demands of our profession and are willing to put the needs of our community before our own, giving of ourselves in every effort to lead this organization
better than we found it for those who serve after us. Our strategies are the gap closers between where we are today and where we aspire to be. We have identified 3 critical areas: ensuring a unified and purpose-driven department, strengthening our community engagement, and enhancing the quality of life for all stakeholders through professional life safety education. And I'll give you a few examples of those strategies. One of our action items would be to conduct an internal pay analysis every 2 to 3 years and present the findings to the governing body. Another example, we plan to provide a platform for community suggestions and feedback. Also, we look to engage the community in their environment by attending association meetings, community centers, and host community events. The execution of all of our action items are prioritized by completion year in your appendix. All right, there we go. Our next step is to take this plan beyond these walls and present it to our community stakeholders. We operate under the philosophy that our house is your house, and this plan is the foundation of that transparency and service. Coming to a fire station near you, we will host a series of community events where we will share our plan directly with our community. And in closing, this strategic plan is more than just a document. It is a commitment to the citizens and businesses of Augusta, Richmond County, that their fire department will remain proactive, high-performing organization. By aligning our efforts with these 10 strategic success measures, we are ensuring that every dollar invested, every hour trained, translates into a measurable benefit for our community, whether it's through increased property value saved or improved life safety outcomes. This plan reflects months of careful thought and unwavering commitment to making our organization better for those who serve now and those who will follow in our footsteps. We are ready to implement these gap closures to achieve our vision of a safer future with integrity and innovation. Thank you for your continued partnership and support of the men and women of Augusta Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Burden. After receiving my agenda book Friday, I saw your strategic plan. I was like, oh, Lord, I got the whole weekend to read through it. Thank you for a detailed plan, and I did get through most, except for about 4 pages. So thank you for the work that the fire department do. You are value to all communities in Richmond County. So thank you for what you and the men and women of the Augusta Fire Department is doing and continue to do, especially coming into the community. We see you at most of all the community meetings. So I want to say personally, thank you for all that you all do for keeping Augusta, Richmond County safe. I have one colleague in the queue, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Guilford. Now, it's riding on you. I don't want to be the one to lose today.
If you're going to win today, you always win at every one of these committee meetings. Chief, let me go ahead and first by saying thank you. And you got your whole top shelf staff here that put this together, that y'all took time out of your day, out of your busy days to sit down and come up with a strategy. I know that you said that you're going to be coming back before us. Your most important asset is your firemen and firewomen that's out there putting their lives on the line. We got to protect them.
Yes, sir.
I know that you said that you're going to do some salary studies every couple of years and bring back before the body. No different than the last conversation we had on this floor where I was bringing up about your staff and the stresses that they go through. That was a two-part discussion. I didn't never get into the second part because we had Valor Station here. And hopefully that's going to help out with each and every man and woman within the fire department. Also, I had discussed the second part of that was reducing the overtime, where people could actually go home and spend time with their family, their friends, and have quality time. So if you come before us in the next year, 2 years on figure out ways of increasing the salary of the employees and staff, which is fine. Also come with a way of being efficient with your measure of success that you had here.
Yes, sir.
On reducing the exposure of overtime, because you could actually pay your employees and staff more per hour by reducing the overtime, and it reduces your exposure in your department as well.
Yes,
some of the challenges you face is the salary start.
Yes.
So if you increase your salary start, you reduce your overtime at that moment as well, wouldn't it? Because you no longer have to have, even though you got a window of people who volunteer, but you still mandate people to work overtime. So that's one way of doing it.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
I would
sir.
like to see what you come up with here in the near future on reducing that exposure of overtime.
Yes, sir, we'll be happy to. And, you know, one of the great things about this plan that we have in place, it truly is a roadmap for the next 3 years. It really unifies the department and is made up of responses that we got from our members. Those
Right.
are incorporated into the plan. Not only that, responses that we receive from our community. That's a very important part, in that it's not just me or our core team working to come up with where we believe, but it's where our members see us going, and it's where our community see us going as well.
Well, I definitely thank you, and I look at all the first responders as heroes in my eyes. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to serve, yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
Second. Voter, Ms. Bonner. To receive as information. Is that what we're doing?
I think we do need approval.
Okay. What? I'm not.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
That's public safety come to an end.